welcome. Welcome to this technical session. I'm Arturo, and I'll be with you in this session. Give me just 1 second. I'm about to share screen, and I'm sharing my screen. And 1, 2, 2.5, and 3. That's it. Okay. Welcome to this event. In this technical session, we'll have a look at the Microsoft 365 business from a fundamentals perspective, from a technical perspective. I'm Arturo, and I'm Microsoft certified trainer. I've been teaching Microsoft courses for some years now. I'm full-time trainer here in our house. I'm a SEO architect, developer. I started my career as Java developer some years back, and 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 then became Microsoft certified trainer. Been teaching Microsoft technologies, Windows Server, SQL Server, Exchange, SharePoint, and I'm Microsoft 365 Enterprise Administrator. And I have some development and database administration background, and I'll be with you in this event. And I would like to hear from you. If you could use please the chat window to let me know. Are you new to the platform, or do you have experience implementing Microsoft 365? What's your experience with Microsoft 365? Are you new to the platform? Well experienced? What's your experience? A few years. Good. New. I'm reading your comments. Same. New. A few years. Good. Some experience. I'm reading your comments in the chat window. What's your experience with the 365 platform? Good. 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 Okay. Good. Excellent. Several years with 365, not much with the specific 365 business product. A few years now, but nothing within June. Good. 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 Excellent. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, let's have a look at this content. And this event, the intention of this event is to give you a technical overview. We'll define some technical concepts and technologies that we have here. And welcome to this event. You have my email there, and you can share your questions with the team. If you have questions after the event, please let us know. And let's begin then with this one. And let's begin with module 1. Plan for today. We'll do 5 modules. We'll talk about some general cloud concepts and general 365 concepts. And we normally do one lesson. We start by 9 and have morning tea by 10, 15, something like that. And then we'll come back by 10:30 do some additional lessons, and then have lunch from 12 to 1. Is that okay for you? 12 to 1 lunch. And then we'll come back at 1 o'clock and continue with some additional lessons and concepts, and finish between 3 and 4, depending on. Okay, excellent. Good. So let's begin with the first module. The content we are showing here, by the way, this is from one official Microsoft course, one Microsoft 365 Fundamentals course. We'll share some concepts from other courses, and to give you an overview, more detailed overview. If you have additional questions at any time, I have an eye on the chat window. I can read your comments there and your questions there. And and please share your questions at any time. Okay. So let's begin with some general Microsoft 365 cloud concepts. And in this module, we'll describe some general cloud computing concepts that you should be familiar now, but just to organize that concept, and we'll describe the evolving IT operational models and describe business drivers for the cloud, and we'll define what's Microsoft 365. We'll list the components of Microsoft 365 and understand the value provided by Microsoft 365 solutions. And we'll also talk about some considerations to keep in mind when selecting cloud services, and in some terminology, cloud terminology applicable to Microsoft 365. So we are here in the first module, and let's begin. Let's begin with a basic, perhaps too basic question, but it's still an interesting question. What is cloud computing? If I ask you, what is cloud computing? How do you define cloud? What's all this about? What's cloud? What is the cloud? Any ideas? Someone else's data center? Another used word? Oh yes. What's the cloud? What is cloud computing? Something that happens, just happens. Okay, let's define that concept. The official definition. Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services. Can be servers, physical virtual servers, storage, tons of storage, and database technologies and platforms, networking, software, business intelligence tools, analytics, artificial intelligence over the internet. Instead of maintaining uh, CPUs, random access memory, and storage in your data center, cloud computing enables you to rent these cloud-based computing services from a cloud-based cloud service provider, Microsoft in this case. And when you choose to use the cloud, you shift certain responsibilities to the cloud service provider so that you can focus on other things such as what your business does, and less on the underlying physical technologies and physical aspects of the implementation. And the cloud service provider maintains the underlying infrastructure, platforms, and services for you. And the goal of cloud computing is to make running a business easier and more efficient in many ways from a technical perspective, whether it's a small startup company or a large enterprise. And every business has different needs, unique and different needs. And to meet those needs, cloud computing providers offer a wide range of services. And some of the common services, we have compute services where we can run virtual machines and lift and shift VMs that you may have on-prem to the cloud. And in Azure, in Microsoft Cloud specific case, you have Microsoft Azure virtual machines, allowing you to run VMs with your own selection of operating system and software. You have communication services where you can, as the name implies, provide communication between users. You have Microsoft Exchange Online and Microsoft Teams, part of Microsoft 365. And productivity services that allow you running an application, Microsoft 365 applications with a collaboration platform. Each collaboration platform is an example. And you have search services where you can search content and data and accessible on an API. An application can query and search about and find files, relevant files or documents when necessary. We have storage services where you have near unlimited storage in Microsoft data centers. You can store data in the cloud and replicate that data to other regions when necessary. We have services like Microsoft Azure storage and storage accounts, and Microsoft OneDrive, which is part of Microsoft 365, that allow you storing data right there in the cloud. There's multiple IT funding models. Cloud computing changes not only how and where a business uses computing systems, it also changes the funding models, the costs associated with computing, the way you pay for computing resources. And there's two concepts, capital expenditures and operating expenditures. With capital expenditures are the costs associated with buying or upgrading physical hardware. Where you go in the, when your organization goes to the capital expenditure model, we pay in advance for servers and networking equipment, storage, and the actual physical implementation. And you also need to consider real estate, such as buildings or and the data center space, and the physical resources. We pay for the physical resources in advance. With operating expenditures, the costs that an organization incurs while performing its normal business operations are paid, or we basically pay for what we use, where and this includes electricity, cost of employees to manage and support systems, office space, internet connections, training perhaps. And in that case, management is responsible for minimizing and operational expenditures without significantly affecting the organization operations and ability to do its work. And with on-prem, we need to consider multiple costs. We need to consider server costs, storage, networking, and backup and archive, and the corresponding strategies, data center, the technical personnel. And where in cloud, we basically lease a cloud-based server. If you lease a server or use the cloud, the cost is usually based on pay per use. You pay on what you need and what you effectively use. And there's multiple models where you can minimize and optimize cost. And when you use the pay per use model, you have to actively manage your subscriptions. There's other models where you can pay in advance for a number of years and then get some important discounts. And scalability is critical in the cloud. The scale charges based on the actual use and the demand of resources, and billing can be done at user or organization or community organization level. A subscription or pay-per-use model is a computing billing method that is designed for both organizations and end users. The organization or user is billed for the services used, typically on a monthly basis, and you can scale, customize, provision computing resources, including software and development platform and development platforms and solutions like Microsoft 365. You could pay based on what you effectively use, on the number of users and the actual resources provision. There's multiple computing models. You have public clouds, private cloud, and hybrid clouds. Public cloud is perhaps the most common deployment model. In the public cloud model, you have no local hardware to manage or to keep up to date. Everything runs on your cloud service provider's hardware, and hardware, servers, software, and storage is located somewhere other than your data center, and it's managed by a third party, and Microsoft in this case, and can be a share public cloud or can be a dedicated public cloud. Shared public cloud is where many companies share resources. You have data center used by multiple tenants, multiple organizations, and in a dedicated public cloud, a single organization uses a dedicated physical infrastructure that is reserved for only their use, for only them. And this can be a sandbox environment where you may pay an additional fee, but still what you use is yours and yours only. There are multiple advantages of using the public cloud. Lower cost. You don't need to purchase hardware or software, and you pay only for the service that you use. And your service provider provides maintenance, physical maintenance, and security of the solution with near unlimited scalability. On-demand resources are available to meet your business needs. You can increase the number of resources according to the workloads, and a vast network of servers ensures and protects your solution against failures. Public cloud is where we basically will run everything in Microsoft or some other cloud provider data center. And you have private cloud where you have your own data center and provide self-service access to compute resources to users in your organization. In this model, you remain entirely responsible for the purchase and maintenance of the hardware and software services that you provide. And it's more flexible. Your organization can customize its cloud environment to meet specific business needs and use specific software versions and operating systems. And it's in a sense, resources are not shared with others, and then can be more secure. So there's higher levels of control and security. And in private clouds, still afford the scalability and efficiency of public cloud. You have the possibility of using and running Azure resources right there in the cloud. And one of the reasons to move away from the private cloud, you have to purchase the hardware and pay for updates for startup and maintenance of hardware. And private clouds require IT skills and expertise that can be hard to find. And more commonly, in organizations, we have a hybrid cloud environment, allowing you to run what's relevant for you and your location. For example, we can store identities and secure identity access management solutions like Active Directory on-prem, and then some services in the cloud. And this can have multiple benefits. If you have solutions that still rely on-prem technologies, you can run them where you need them. And protecting sensitive data, there may be cases where you need to store data in your own location in the country. Some data may not leave New Zealand and has to be stored in your own data centers. And you have that, in this case, you have data that cannot be exposed publicly, perhaps medical data or national security data that may be relevant to national security normally needs to be stored in your own data center. But still, you have the benefits of connecting and using some cloud environments. You can extend the capabilities, and you may have applications that run on our hardware and can be updated. And you can keep these systems running locally and connected to the public cloud for authorization or perhaps more storage or additional performance capabilities. These models are often used in combination. New Zealand organizations, it's quite common to have some solutions still running locally. One good example, one typical example is identity and access management. Active Directory still may run locally, and where other aspects of the cloud will run entirely in the cloud. So that's basically the cloud. And the cloud has multiple services, and we have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Here we have three major categories, the cloud service. It's important to understand them because these are often referenced in conversations and documentations and training. And let's define these concepts. Infrastructure as a service is the most flexible way in the cloud to decide what to install. If you need to use specific operating systems versions or specific software versions, that's maybe an option for you. the idea is to give you complete control over the hardware and an operating system and software that runs your application. In infrastructure as a service, you are responsible on deploying virtual machines, typically virtual machines, where you decide which virtual machine sizes, storage, and networking is appropriate for that solution. In a platform as a service, you have an environment where you can build, test, deploy, and run software applications. It's a model where you're looking to deploy a service that allows you creating your own applications, and instead of using a service that is already created, you aim to create your own applications. The goal of platform as a service is to help you create an application as quickly as possible and without having to worry about managing the underlying infrastructure and physical aspects of your deployment. For example, when deploying an application using PaaS solutions like Azure App Service, you don't have to install an operating system, web server, middleware, or even manage system updates. All is managed for you. And a common example of PaaS is Azure App Services on solutions like Power Apps. You will see multiple references in this course to Power Apps and the Power Platform. Power Platform, technically speaking, is outside the scope of Microsoft 365. It's not part of Microsoft 365, but it's highly related. There's ways to customize Microsoft 365 solutions like Teams, and with Power Apps and Power Platform solutions. We'll talk about that. And in this case, the Power Platform is one example, another example of platform as a service, where you can develop web and mobile applications and make them available right here in Microsoft 365. And finally, we have software as a service solution, where we have software that is centrally hosted and managed for the end customer. It is usually an architecture where you have a version of the software that is maintained by the solution provider. You don't have to worry about creating extensions or deploying customization. It's just something that we use as it is. Examples of software as a service include Microsoft 365 itself, solutions, OneDrive, Microsoft Outlook on the web, and Exchange Online are solutions that we use as they are. And Microsoft 365 is a software as a service solution because Office 365 delivers a set of software products on a subscription basis that can be used as they are. Exchange Online, maybe another example of software as a service, and in some cases you can develop and deploy some customizations. So we have then multiple, just to sum up, multiple service layers in software as a service. The service provider manages applications, data, runtime, middleware, updates, and installs and operating systems, installs and updates, and virtualization layer, servers and storage, and networking, and the physical aspect of the implementation for you. In the platform as a service, we focus on runtime, and multiple aspects are managed by the service provider. The service provider manages a middleware, operating system, virtualization layers, and storage and networking, and we focus on deploying applications and managing data. In infrastructure as a service, the service provider is responsible on virtualization layer, servers, storage, and physical aspects of networking and the actual physical implementation, but you are responsible of installing operating system, maintaining operating system, maintaining middleware, the runtime, and the relevant applications and data. So these are cloud service models. All make sense? Questions just before we move on? This is just to give you an introduction to the cloud. Questions? All make sense? All make sense? Are you there? Am I here? Yes, I'm here. I'm asking because the other day I accidentally left the meeting And I was talking alone for 10 minutes, and until I noticed I wasn't in the meeting. That's why I'm asking. So let me put this window here. Oh, not here, right here. Okay, good. So these are general cloud concepts. Now, what I have a question. I have a question for you. Um, what's the what are the reasons for your organization for moving to the cloud? Why your organization decided to move to the cloud? Move to the cloud. Why your organization decided to go to the cloud or use the cloud? Scalability. Let me organize Windows again. I'm here organizing Windows. Why your organization decided to go to the cloud? Cost is definitely an aspect. Scalability is to add or and remove staff members. Any other reason? Operational expenditure against capital expenditure. Definitely. Good. Okay. So easy to use and data security, not having to worry about backups. Still, there's still some considerations, but yeah, generally speaking, yes. Security is a big one. Take advantage of the work they have done. Multi-factor authentication. Yes, Microsoft can then manage authentication and multiple aspects of the security implementation. Yes, depending on your backup solution, there may be replication. If you store data, there will be automatic replication of files in multiple units, but the actual backup may may not be automatic. Okay, so uh, let's define some additional concepts. Okay, oh, where's Teams? This is it. Okay, so when your organization depends on cloud service providers, you're relying on them to keep your data safe. And this could be safe from the loss, theft, or misuse by other organizations, by third parties, including other customers and employees of the hosting company and even users within your own organization. And as more and more customers are relying on cloud providers, on cloud service providers to keep their data safe, cloud services unique cloud services raise unique privacy questions for business. And this is because organizations have legal obligations to ensure the privacy of their customers. Depending on the nature of your data and the type of your data, you may have some regulations that apply to your industry. And those may prohibit some data from being stored in locations outside the country or from being used for a reason other than the purpose for which the data was originally collected. And when you collect and store data in the cloud, you are subject to legal requirements and it may be depending on your industry, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and which and regulations apply even such in apply even if you're storing data in the cloud or if you're storing it in your own data centers. And if you work with in certain industries, and you may have regulations that prevent storing your data in some other regions. So it's quite important to to work with an organization that takes security and privacy of your data seriously. It's important to read the cloud service provider privacy notices as mentioned here, and consider the ways disaster recovery and business continuity strategies can be managed and implemented. You must ensure that backups are being created on a regular basis, and that data, your data, is being replicated to another site, and that services are duplicated on another site. So if one region is not available, you still have the possibility of using your services. And consider how hosting a company handles security breaches, as mentioned here. You need to check the disclosure policy to see how quickly they will disclose the breach to you. In addition, there are laws that require you to be informed promptly of any breaches. And in terms of compliance, you may have regulations and policies according to your industry, as you mentioned, as we mentioned previously, and all these regulations pertain applicable to cloud computing. If you store any of your data in the cloud, you must ensure that your cloud provider follows all legal and regulatory requirements, and there's ways to confirm that from Microsoft. And at the very end, you are still responsible. It is still your responsibility to ensure that these requirements are complete and correct. So do your due diligence before signing any contract, as usual, and then after the contract is signed, take steps to ensure that compliance is maintained to protect your company and your customers. And when we run services in the cloud, we need to consider multiple there's multiple considerations and best practices. Or you can general considerations, or we use strong passwords and ensure that these passwords are changed regularly and set the right permissions for only what users need when they need them. And regular auditing and monitoring is definitely helpful. And when considering protection for data in the cloud, you need to consider data protection for data that is stored, data at rest, and data in transit, where you are moving from your data centers to the cloud, and eventually you need strategies and technologies. For example, the use of HTTPS to encrypt data, moving data in transit is absolutely relevant and useful. And so all these general cloud considerations, we are mentioning these considerations because what you are about to, to, to learn Microsoft 365 is definitely a solution that runs in the cloud. So just before I tell you, review the official definition, there is a question for you. What is Microsoft 365? What is Microsoft 365? What's your definition? Absolutely, software as a service. And what's the use of Microsoft 365? And how is different from Office 365? Is it the same? The suite. It's not just the Office suite. Correct. And read your comments. What's Microsoft 365? Correct. Office 365, as the name implies, Microsoft Office applications. With Microsoft 365, you have Office and Windows 10. Windows 10 we have basically have an operating system and ways to manage mobile devices. We'll talk about in June and Windows 10 deployments in a moment. And Microsoft 365 gives you the latest innovations across familiar product experiences like the ones mentioned here. We have Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and new experiences like Microsoft Teams with extensibility options and Windows. And unlike other productivity services, Microsoft 365 learns from users and collects insights through the Microsoft Graph. We'll talk about Microsoft Graph in a moment, and to deliver enhanced experiences that continually to improve, get better over time, and keep users protected. Microsoft 365 empowers organizations with the following capabilities. We have productivity and teamwork tools. We have Microsoft Teams. We are using Teams now, and you know the advantages of using Teams, and we'll review some of these advantages in a moment. And you have email and calendar capabilities, Office applications in all devices, including other platforms. You have file storage solutions, OneDrive for Business, that allows you storing data securely and sharing files securely from one location. We have the possibility of using SharePoint and SharePoint Online to produce sites and share files from a common location. And we have enterprise social networks with Jammer and Endpoint Manager used to manage devices and Windows 10 devices and mobile devices within June. We have extensibility through Teams and Power Platform. We'll mention, you'll see multiple references to the Power Platform in this section. Power Platform is technically speaking not part of Microsoft 365, but is highly related. With Power Platform, we can create chatbots and use AI solutions and create applications and make them available here in Microsoft Teams. You have ways to create workflows in response to events, and in ways to get insights and use services, BI services, and Power Workplace Analytics from one place. And we have security and compliance capabilities. We'll define them. We have lessons dedicated to each one of these. Identity and access management solutions, information protection and governance solutions to ensure that your data is well protected and well used. Threat protection, insider, risk management, and compliance management and discovery solutions. These capabilities, we'll explore them through the course, allow you deploying solutions that can be customized and protect your data. We have multiple solutions and multiple organizations have unique requirements. You have different plans. You have plans from the basic 365 Home, which is basically you have the same productivity tools and benefits of Microsoft 365 in your that you can use in your personal devices and family life. With Microsoft 365, you have plans for personal plans, family plans, and we have Microsoft 365 Education available for universities, educational organizations in general. And you can promote teamwork and have solutions and academic licenses specifically designed, foldable solutions designed for educational for educational uses. And we have Microsoft 365 Enterprise, which is the enterprise class services accessible to large organizations, and Microsoft 365 for Business, the purpose of this lesson. Microsoft 365 for Business, as mentioned here, is designed for small and medium-sized organizations, organizations that need up to 300 licenses. And Microsoft 365 gives you the full set of productivity tools accessible in other plans, with some security and device management features without including some of the advanced tools available to enterprise subscribers. And you have different plans. You have business basic, standard, and premium. You can compare the plans for a small business. Give me just 1 second, and I'll share one link with you, which is absolutely relevant to this conversation. One second. Microsoft 365 for business plans. Have a look at these plans here. I'm sharing one link with you in the chat window, where you can see the compare the differences between business basic, standard, and business premium. I'm share one link. I share one link with you. This is a link. If you follow that one, have a look at the prices based on an annual commitment and the capabilities, what's included in the business basic, business standard, and business premium. And as you can see in business premium, you have advanced security, we have Microsoft Defender for Office 365. You have Intune and the possibility of removing data, remotely wiping data from lost or stolen devices. And you can use app protection and app controller on what users share. And there's the possibility of using do not copy or do not forward with information rights management and malware protection is part of it. We have Windows Defender and Exchange online archiving. If you have long-term preservation policies, if you have, for example, emails that need to be preserved for 10 years, that's an option. And if when you expand device management, this is where I share the link I share with you. Have the possibility of configuring settings on Windows PCs and with Intune. You can apply and manage policies to Windows 10 PCs and the possibility of configuring your PCs to automatically install updates and apply security policies and enable mobile device management from Intune. We'll talk about Intune in more detail in a later lesson, but this is Microsoft 365 Business. There's multiple plans, and that's the purpose of this lesson. Microsoft 365 Enterprise is is a solution that includes pretty much everything in the solution, and it also has multiple plans depending on the organization size and what's your plans. You can choose between one of these solutions. Okay, will make sense. Questions just before we move on to another lesson. If you need more than 300 licensed users, maybe you can add them. 300 is not a hard limit. It's the recommended limit. It's the usual company size, small and medium size. All makes sense. I'm having a look at normally you may one solution business 365 Business Premium, I think you have 300 licenses available, and you can mix and use, for example, Office 365 E3, where you have an unlimited maximum number of users. Yeah. Let's talk about licensing. We have one lesson dedicated on licensing. Will make sense? I didn't ask, but just before we move on, do you have any certification plans? Are you planning to sit on the certification exams, technical exams? There's multiple exams. Any certification plans? No. I'm just asking because we can discuss about certification options. We'll find time to talk about certification. This is outside the scope of the session. And some of you. Okay. So let's talk about Microsoft 365 productivity and teamwork capabilities then. Okay. We are in module 2. We have 5 modules, by the way. And the first module will discuss general cloud concepts and Microsoft 365 concepts. In module 2, we'll talk about productivity and teamwork capabilities in the platform. And we'll talk about the next module, we'll talk about business management capabilities, basically about Intune and Windows 10. And in module 4, we'll talk about security. Most all about security, and the last module is a general overview. So let me share my screen with you again in 1, 2, 3 now. Okay. So let's have a look at the productivity and teamwork capabilities. Microsoft 365 is all about productivity. Microsoft wants employees to be productive and use what they need where they need them. To improve productivity, we can use Power Platform integration to automate processes, analyze data, and create filter agents. Filter agents in the Power Platform is basically chatbots. And you have ways to engage employees. You can engage and inform employees and customers with immersive video broadcasts and interactive discussions. You have the tools for that. Microsoft 365 tools help you communicate the organization's vision and provide forums for open discussions. You can communicate with instant messaging and chats and with your colleagues through chat or meetings, either informally while you're working or for regular team meetings. Teams gives you the power to work in your way, well, way, keeping and keep your employees in touch. You can host on solutions for hosting online meetings and work remotely, work securely, and work effectively with your colleagues. Online meetings keep you in touch with your team, and you can host one-on-one meetings, team meetings, and as major live events all in one place, in one solution, or with high quality audio, video, and screen sharing. Your calendar, contacts, and tasks are all in one place in Outlook, and Outlook goes where you go. You can keep your priorities in front of you and share your calendar with others. be productive from anywhere, as mentioned before. You can install your Microsoft 365 app on multiple device platforms, including Macs and Android devices and iOS devices. And you have the possibility of storing, sharing files that can be securely stored and sharing OneDrive, SharePoint, without having to worry about passwords and having data securely stored there. And all these solutions are designed to empower everyone. All Microsoft 365 apps and tools are designed with accessibility features. And whatever your ability level, there are accessibility features to help you work and be more productive. We have 10 tools here to designed to engage employees. The way we work is changing. It has changed a lot in the last year. And organization, and with these changes, organizational culture is transforming. More and more people feel less connected than before to their team after moving to remote work styles. And today organizations spend over 300 billion a year on employee experiences, including development, training, and benefits and well-being, and along with a lot with a lot of solution to host employee experience technologies. I can tell you from my personal perspective, before lockdown, we used to give uh, five five courses a year. I used to give five, 6 courses a year remotely, and now it's becoming the norm. Most of my courses are now remote. I can tell you that from 5 courses, online courses a year, I went to 30 courses a year at least, and it's changing fast. And the way we work, the way we collaborate is changing, and and when all that happened from the lockdown, technology and the way we interact change a lot. And too often, technologies that we use are not specifically designed for collaboration, can be hard to find, and may disrupt the flow of your work. And there has never been a bigger need for technology, data, and insights designed to create a great employee experience regardless of where people are located. Employees, as an employee, you employees want to feel more connected, more aligned to the company purpose and mission, and leaders need a modern way to engage and develop employees, and IT needs to quickly enable a modern employee experience without having to rip and replace all existing systems and work. And all a new approach and a new category of technology solutions called employee experience platforms, EXP, are needed to overcome these changes. And an EXP is a digital platform that puts people at the center by bringing together systems of work and systems of support into an integrated employee experience, providing resources and support to success and thrive, no matter the location and platform. And for this purpose, we have multiple solutions. We are using Teams, and you're definitely familiar to it. And with Teams, we can chat one to one or in groups, and minimizing or reducing the email interactions to encourage discussions. We can store a call, share screens to get things done faster. We can have remote control screens, and we can interact with messages in real time without interrupting what your colleagues may be doing. Can be useful to share files, and we have the possibility of sharing files inside Teams. Teams can host online meetings with actually using that. We can share the agenda, video, and content sharing, record a meeting, and host online meetings. It will host with audio, video, and web conferences with anyone, live events to engage and inform employees and customers. You have the possibility of using video broadcasts and interactive discussions, audio conferencing, letting users letting users can make calls and can join to meetings from their phones. And with meeting devices, the use of one-touch devices to join Microsoft Teams rooms. You have devices specifically designed for Teams. They are typically placed into meeting rooms. And you can choose from multiple certified partners such as Polycom, Lenovo, HP, Logitech. They have devices specifically prepared for Teams. And we have and stay connected with Microsoft 365. Microsoft 365 syncs emails, calendars, and contact information across your devices, keeping you up to date wherever you are. All you need is an internet connection for a simple and easy way to keep in touch, And if you lose your phone, you can delete data remotely so that your personal information stays secure. You can customize email, create custom email formats, including images, and depending on your country, use your own domain name. And with a simplified admin experience and connected experience, Office is accessible across all devices, always updated and always ready. And in terms of file storage and file sharing, we need solutions to work from anywhere, collaborate securely, and share files in a simple and easy way. Microsoft 365 gives you security solutions where you can have the confidence that your files are stored and well protected, and only the relevant people can view your data, both inside and outside the organization. You can use OneDrive to securely share files inside or outside your organization and collaborate. Use it to collaborate, and users can author documents, and other users can annotate, mention here, annotate, highlight, comment, and tag authors. With multiple accessibility investments, we have color filter solutions, for example, for vision impaired users. You have color filters solutions like Tell Me, can dictate what's over the what's on the screen. Soundscape allows you describing what's in there. We can read aloud, an immersive reader to eliminate distractions. Microsoft Translator, we can auto-generate captions in Microsoft Stream and Microsoft Teams. That's also available. And you have a focus assistance and reading views that allow you focusing on what you are doing, and an immersive reader and editor in Word specifically prepared for 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 users that may have specific requirements in terms of focusing, and mobility tools. There's a dictation services you can dictate in Microsoft 365 apps, and focus assistance and to-dos can simplify the way you work. Okay, so all these solutions are accessible in the platform, and let's begin describing some of the capabilities of Microsoft Teams. So with Microsoft Teams, user can join meetings through links, their calendars, or call into meetings using their phones. And you have the possibility of hosting multi-party meetings. Okay, multiple parties can join a single meeting, use meeting devices, specialized devices accessible in meeting rooms. We can share content. I'm sharing content now, and users can share individual screens, windows, and files during a meeting. And we can record and publish with Microsoft Streams. We'll mention Microsoft Streams in a moment. But basically, it's a way for archiving videos and sharing these videos for later analysis. And you have the possibility of the automatic transcription of videos. Microsoft Teams can automatically transcribe your recorded meetings through artificial intelligence power translation. And Microsoft Teams works with Microsoft Stream to enable your users to easily organize live events for thousands of attendees. And with captioning capabilities. As mentioned before, you have one-to-one chat, group chat, and you can enable guest access, share files, and all with a secure and easy integration technologies. Microsoft Teams allows you extensions. Tabs are web pages, that users can embed into Microsoft Teams their scope at user level, or the scope of a channel, or personal user level. Users can create custom tabs to include web content, to display web pages, and to help add Microsoft Teams functionalities to web pages. What you see here is an example. This is a tab that displays, I'm pretty sure it's Power BI, this dashboard. It's a dashboard displaying multiple visualizations. And Teams is well connected to the Power Platform. We'll talk about that in a moment. But basically, you have the possibility of deploying solutions, creating applications in Power Apps and make them available here. What you see here on the screen is an example. We do you use Power BI? Do you know Power BI? What's the use of it? Power BI? Anyone here using it? Power BI? No. Power BI visualization tool, reporting and visualization tool. You can create multiple visualizations and dashboards with intelligence tools that collates data into dashboards. What you see here as an example. And what you create in Power BI can be visible in Microsoft Teams. You can extend Teams with message extensions mentioned here, enable your organizations, users to interact with web services from Microsoft Teams. And you can trigger and execute actions and execute queries from external systems directly from Microsoft Teams. You also have the possibility of using bots, chatbots, within the Power Platform. In the Power Platform, we have a service called Virtual Agents, and what you have in Power BI in Power Platform in general can be accessible in Teams. These chatbots created in the Power Platform can interact with users, and we can extend Teams with Power Platform. We'll dedicate this. We'll important mission. If your teams are using Power Platform, Microsoft Teams can be integrated with Power Platform solutions. You can display applications, display dashboards in one place, and extend Teams with third-party applications and services. And you can call a Power Automate workflow, or display an application, or interact with chatbots. Anyone here using chatbots? Chatbots in Microsoft Teams or your organization? Second January. Good. We have one. Outside the scope of Microsoft 365, you can create chatbots in Power Platform. There is a concept called Virtual Agents. I want to learn with you. If you want to learn more about Virtual Agents, therefore, an easy way to you can create a chatbot within minutes, all visually, without entering a single line of code. This is something of your interest. Have a look at this. I share one link with you, where you can find documentation, which an overview, and what you create here in the chatbot can be accessible from Microsoft Teams. Chatbots can automatically generate relevant answers based on existing documents. We have, for example, PDF manuals or plain documents containing relevant info. You can feed these files, uh, use them to train the bot model, and then that bot can respond to your question based on your own documents and manuals. This is the concept of virtual agents. And once you develop one or visually, then depending on conditions, you can take take actions, and make these bots accessible through multiple channels that can be Microsoft Teams and or your application, your own portal. And this is Power Virtual Agents, part of the Power Platform, and but it's well connected with 365. There's a plan. You haven't asked, but there's a plan. Specifically license Microsoft Teams. Depending on your subscription, there's a Microsoft Teams subscription that includes Power Virtual Agents. Again, virtual agents is technically speaking not part of Microsoft 365, but it's highly related. Yeah, connectors that allow interactions outside the scope of Microsoft 365. And it's part of your solution, something that you can use. Microsoft wants you to use it, and they give you plenty of resources and capabilities. This is Teams then. With Teams, we have integrations, then the possibility of displaying content from Power Platform. And that includes Power BI dashboards and chatbots. All make sense? Okay. So uh, we'll continue in 15 minutes at 10:30. Okay, bring some coffee. And when you come back, we'll talk about Microsoft 365 apps. We'll talk about OneDrive and explain how we can update Microsoft 365 apps, servicing methods, and SharePoint in Microsoft 365. Okay, I'll see you then. Session continues at 10:30 a.m. I'm making it. Oh, yeah, a nice font, and I'll see you then. 15 minutes. See you then. Hi again. Sorry about the delay. We're having a conversation. We're reading your comments, and yes, we are sharing some contents from the fundamentals course, and apparently we have different different info. And Amanda, are you there? Amanda, are you there? Oh, not there. Oh, Amanda, not there. Good. So. Uh, I believe there has been a different expectations set in terms of doing some labs during this session. This session is a one-day safe overview of the platform, and we'll have a look at some of the tools that you have as partner in Microsoft 365 and of course the technologies, but we don't have labs in this session. So let me some time to see what options we have with the team, and but in the meantime we'll continue as planned with some additional content, and 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 then we'll double check the options that we have from Microsoft. They have to provision eventually access to labs and environments for you. If so. Uh, I'm not sure who's in the meeting. Just double checking who's in the meeting from Exceed. Anyone here from Exceed? Good. Um, so let's carry on. Let's carry on with the content, and we have some additional concepts that I would like to discuss with you, and then we'll talk about some general aspects from 365 for business. So we're working on 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 the labs then. Okay. Let me share my screen with you again in 1 second. In 1, 2, oh, 2.5, and 3. Okay. So Microsoft 365 apps include a productivity suite of applications such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Teams for multiple platforms, Windows and Mac devices, and there's multiple ways for deploying Microsoft 365 applications. We have options for deploying Microsoft 365 using click to run. Administrators can use a Office 365 configuration service to create configuration file that includes binaries and configuration options and apply them. And we can deploy Microsoft applications using a local source, where we get files or files in one local server, and from there deploy to users. And if your organization uses System Center Configuration Manager, we can deploy solutions using it. Anyone here? We'll talk about business premium and security. We have one lesson all dedicated to security. And anyone here using System Center? System Center Configuration Manager. We'll talk about it in a moment. Can deploy Office applications using Intune and System Center, and multiple servicing methods. Can update applications. We have multiple update channels. We have a current channel which receives feature updates approximately every month. And monthly enterprise channel, which receiving feature updates once a month and on the second Tuesday of the month, if I remember well. And there's a semi-annual preview channel where receives feature updates in March and September. And this is typically used for pilot users, semi-annual channel preview, and application compatibility testers. And the semi-annual enterprise channel that receives feature updates every 6 months in January and July. You can use pilot groups to test updates and new deployments before releasing them to users. And we have activities. We have OneDrive, which is part of the solution. With OneDrive, it's a cloud-based service that enables you to store files in the cloud, share them securely, and access them from everywhere, anywhere. And we deploy OneDrive to allow users to get all files and access all your personal and those files that may be relevant to your job in all devices, including mobile, Mac, and PCs. You can securely share files with people inside or outside the organization and find files and share them securely. And you have the possibility of restoring files. You have a cycle ban, and you can audit and report, see who used what and when, and have access to the customer, to your files encrypt your files using your customer keys. With OneDrive, you have the by using an Office 365 feature called customer key precisely, you can upload your own encryption keys to Azure Key Vault, one service cloud security module, and use these keys for encrypting your data at rest in Azure data centers. With a multiple geo storage location, multi-geo in an Office 365. It's an Office 365 feature that allows organizations to span their storage over multiple Office 365 geolocations and specify within which user data is stored. In OneDrive, in Office 365, I think there's government plans, and there's some applicable to the US government plans, and in OneDrive uses advanced data encryption between your client and the data center, between servers in the data center and at rest. At rest, OneDrive uses this encryption through BitLocker drive encryption and file encryption to secure your data. Each file is encrypted with its own encryption key, and all this is part of the solution. OneDrive for Business allows you storing and sharing files securely. Finally, SharePoint in SharePoint 365 is the evolution of the SharePoint server. Here you can build sites, create lists of documents, search files, discover content, find people, share news in a portal, manage flows and forms, upload data, share files securely. With Microsoft 365, you can share files and folders with others inside or outside your organization, and sharing outside your organization can be controlled by administrators. And this is basically what Microsoft 365 is, and Microsoft 365, as mentioned before, includes Windows 10. And let's talk about some of the deployment options. So give me 1 second. Let's talk about then some of the options that we have here. Okay. We mentioned, let me share my slides again, some of the capabilities and the offerings for small and medium businesses. And let's begin then with some of these capabilities. I'm sharing my screen with you. Let me organize Windows here. Okay. So this is I shared one link with you previously. In that link, I mentioned some of the plans in Microsoft 365 Business. We have Business Basic with cloud services that includes Teams, Exchange, OneDrive, and SharePoint, all in one plan. These prices are in US dollars, but if you follow that line, you'll find the prices in New Zealand dollars. And with Business Standard, we have cloud services, same cloud services from the basic plan, plus desktop applications. And with Business Premium, the purpose of the session, we have advanced security. We mentioned that we have Intune, Azure Information Protection. There's one here, Azure Information Protection. Are you familiar with this concept? AIP, Azure Information Protection. Anyone here using it? What's the use of it? Ooh. Not using Azure. Yes, classified documents. So information protection is a cloud-based solution to classify and protect documents and emails by applying labels to content. With a part of Microsoft Information Protection Solutions, you can extend labeling and classifications, and yes, you can use it to classify documentations. And with Azure Information Protection, you can classify and tag content. For example, to specify that one document contains classified information, top secret or confidential information, or some documents or emails may be public and accessible from anywhere. And this is an addition available in Business Premium, not available in other licenses. We also have Azure AD Premium. With Azure AD Premium, we can enable some interesting capabilities, use AD policies, conditional access policies, specify who can connect and from where, and Windows Virtual Desktop. Have you used this one, Virtual Desktop? What's the use of it? How you may define Virtual Desktop? Yeah. Anyone here using? Yeah, what is that? What may not be scared. Virtual Desktop is a virtual machine, basically, where you can install what you need and eventually access it, access applications and virtual machines from one place. And what you have here in this, oh yes, there's a new that there's a planned data center coming to the country, announced 1 year ago. I haven't checked. With. It was announced 1 year ago. Still working on it. It's been approved. Eventually will come. Yeah. Good. There's a new data center coming. So what we have here in Business Premium then is the standard capabilities of cloud services, the service we mentioned, introduced before, Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, and with desktop applications and advanced security options. Let's talk about the security options, starting with Azure AD. Enabling secure access is really the first step towards enabling remote work. We mentioned yeah, it will be a game changer having your data store here. Enabling secure access It's the first step towards enabling remote work. With Microsoft 365 Business Premium, you can protect against lost and stolen passwords by using an additional layer of security. We'll talk about it in the next slide. You can provide the right people with the right access to solutions to work with what they need when they need it or when they should need it. And we can eventually use concepts that enable temporary permissions. Even if you're an administrator, you may not need access to solutions at all times. And you can enable secure remote desktop using Windows Virtual Desktop and virtual desktops and connect to them. And yes, eventually, hopefully, I'm reading your comments in the chat window. This hopefully will improve latency depending on the services. It's good. Of course, having a region here will improve that. And passwords may be the weakest link in a security chain. If we rely on passwords for authentication purposes and that password is compromised, then your solution and your organization's reputation can be compromised as well without any additional verification. And relying on authentication password only can be not ideal. So you need to protect identities using different solutions. And multi-factor authentication, as we know it, is when we receive an additional code to authenticate. It should be activated by turning on multi-factor authentication. We can prevent an important number of identity attacks. And we support here in Microsoft 365 a number of authentication options, including the use of Microsoft Authenticator and application, Windows Hello, which works really well and can recognize your face, and or the use of biometric devices, security keys, push notifications received on mobile devices, and tokens, using tokens, hard tokens of soft token, physical hardware token, or an application that generates a token, or receiving a call or SMS can have a huge impact on security. And there are ways to one of the reasons for not using multi-factor authentication is it can be disruptive. Sometimes we just need to quickly log into an application without having to receive a call or receive a message in a mobile device. But by using passwordless technologies, we can authenticate quite quickly. With Authenticator, you have flexibility and convenience, and it's a mobile application. Probably you have used it. And Windows Hello, it's an experience on compatible PCs. Not all PCs can be compatible. It uses your face or fingerprint to sign in automatically. And security keys are now available from partners. HID is one, and it can be an NFC enabled badge or biometric key. But basically, with the presence of that key, we can get access to certain applications and services. And this is something that is may not be enabled by default, but it's one of the things that we should enable. So multi-factor authentication is an important addition to your identity protection strategies. And if you want to secure the way you work with applications in a distributed environment, providing the right people the right access at the right time is critical. With Azure AD, you have a concept called conditional access policies that is included. Azure AD Premium 1 is part of Microsoft 365 Business Premium, an important addition. And let's define that. What's conditional access? What's conditional access? Anyone here using conditional access policies? satisfy X conditions before you are allowed access to corporate resources. Correct. Zero trust model. Previously, in previous models, the computer you use used to be a trusted service, but now the computer alone is no longer enough to get access to certain resources. Let's talk about conditional access policies. Conditional access policies, you have the possibility of creating a policy that blocks access when someone who normally connects from New Zealand, within New Zealand, suddenly connects from overseas, even using a valid username and password combination. But what if someone that normally connects from the country, from inside the country, now connects from outside? With the use of policies, when someone attempts to log in from a country in which you don't do business, or using devices, not usual devices, you can block that access, not let users prevent that login, or require multi-factor authentication. You can say that, for example, if the user is using an enrolled device, approved device by your company, then they may log in, but with multi-factor authentication enabled, or simply block access and if this should not be enabled. And you can require multi-factor authentication when someone accesses your work data from a location that is not trusted, and you have this capability. Well, once you have it, and then you can grant access to applications and data, and eventually other resources, and establish connectivity with your on-prem services if necessary. You also have capabilities in AD that can be quite relevant to users. With dynamic groups, for example, you can reduce the administrative overhead of assigning users manually. If you, let's say you have a user that works in Wellington or in Auckland, you can have security groups, and the user can be automatically assigned to that group. And we have a user in the marketing group, perhaps, and this user may be assigned to the relevant group if necessary. The use of dynamic groups assign users to groups automatically, and then use these groups to grant access to applications. This is part of the capabilities. And another aspect of administrating, this is what we're discussing first. You can deliver the multi-session Windows 10 experience from the cloud, and basically with Windows Virtual Desktop. So a desktop and app virtualization service running on top of Azure, and you can connect to your virtual desktop using RDP, and employees can access any remote app or device that may be relevant installed in one place. If you use if you let's say you have users working from home that need to use specific applications or platforms, and thus the possibility of deploying a physical computer for running them, or a virtual machine for running these services from home. You can create a virtual desktops, and then users can connect from anywhere. Or you have applications with sensitive information or data, or when we have, for example, financial or government data or medical data, and you want to make sure that data is securely accessed by users working from multiple locations, you can enable virtual desktop. Virtual desktop then creates a virtual machine for users to access remotely, and your data and applications remain safely stored in one approved location. And you have the possibility of connecting to them used from multiple platforms, including Macs, Android devices, iOS, and a portal. Okay. Now, we all know the importance of protecting data, and let's talk about how Microsoft 365 helps you defend against cyber threats like phishing and ransomware. and safeguard your business and to safeguard your business and customer data while helping you to gain visibility of what's happening and eventually prevent certain attacks. So we know that phishing can occur. Users may receive an email asking them to enter or share data that may not be relevant to them. And there may be cases where you have confidential business data. But how do we know if users are using the approved technologies? We mentioned, for example, that we have OneDrive for Business, and yeah, it's encrypted, it's well protected, specifically designed for business solutions. But are users using it? How do we know if users are effectively using the approved solutions and not uploading confidential files to their personal drives? And how do we know if you have, for example, a list of approved applications? How do we know which cloud applications are effectively used? For this purpose, in Microsoft 365 Business Premium, you have solutions with with cyber threats like phishing attacks and ransomware. Now ransomware is unfortunately popular today. We know your customers are concerned. We don't want an attack that compromises your solution. With Microsoft 365 Business Premium, protects your business from external threats by giving you access to the same enterprise-grade services available in large companies, in large organizations using Microsoft 365 Enterprise. One option is the use of safe links, ATP safe link, advanced threat protection safe links. Anyone here using them? What's the use of them? What's the use of safe links? And safe attachments, by the way. ATP safe links. What is this? Correct. Whether let's say we receive an email and that email contains a link that says click here to go to Microsoft.com. But what if that link is not actually Microsoft.com? What if it's another web page trying to steal credentials? ATP safe links scans emails and have a look at the hyperlinks and can scan hyperlinks and attachments to confirm, as you mentioned here, that these attachments contain relevant data. Attachments are detonated basically when ATP opens these attachments in a sandbox, not the actual user computer, and looks at not usual activity. We have an attachment that starts trying to trying network connectivity, or tries to modify the operating system or access the file system. That may not be a safe attachment, so that attachment can be blocked with safe links. And if we see a link that says go to Microsoft.com, but the actual URL is not Microsoft.com, and then that action can be prevented. What you see here is a malware scanning tool for attachments that can let users know, okay, the website has been classified as malicious. You should not open this. You can let users continue anyway, but clearly you're clearly indicating users that this is not an option that they should use. We can defend against impersonation attacks, where a person says that may say that they are, let's say, your manager asking you to share a file, but what if that person is not your manager? It's only the name, but the actual destination email is different. And with AI power, anti-phishing intelligence help you protecting against impersonation and spoofing with ATP anti-phishing mentioned here, and where attackers impersonate a person or brand. Machine learning is used to analyze past email patterns and previous interactions to find anomalies we normally receive an email from a person, and we suddenly receive an email asking for details from the same person but a different domain. This attack can be prevented, and you can get protection and points using Defender. By enforcing Microsoft Defender malware protection, you can help you can help prevent users from interacting with ransomware and malicious websites, and protect files in the operating system and folders from changes made by ransomware. We all heard we have heard about ransomware attacks becoming a major concern, and this is definitely one of the solutions that can help, uh, and it's part of Business Premium. With Azure Information Protection, uh, we have in the business, you may have different sensitive information, credit card numbers, passport numbers, GST numbers perhaps, or even intellectual property in some cases. What if we what if we have a user that accidentally or not accidentally shares content with people outside the organization? You have solutions here that help you protecting your business data or sensitive customer or employee information from accidental leaks using data loss prevention capabilities. With these policies, we can identify, monitor, and protect sensitive information by having a look at content analysis. So if let's say we have an email, we send an email, and that email contains certain patterns, certain, for example, credit card details. Let's say in a scenario, we receive an email from someone pretending to be our manager, telling, okay, please share your credit card, the company credit card details to make a payment. And an individual replies to that email with that credit card information. By using Azure Information Protection and DLP technologies combined, we can prevent that action. Actually, you can prevent that action or let users do the action, but warn the user that this may be compromised. And eventually, uh, uh, if that email contains an attachment, perhaps, and that attachment Excel file contains some confidential information, this can be identified and eventually prevented. And you have the possibility of telling users that it's not visible here, but provides policy tips which can help educate and prevent end users from accidental sharing of sensitive info by displaying policy tips in Outlook. And with M365P and BP, your employees can encrypt emails and documents and impose controls such as do not print or do not forward to prevent accidental forwards or printing of confidential info, and helping you can communicate securely with customers and people outside your organization. With Azure Information Protection, you have the option of control whether a document can be modified, can be printed or viewed by non-employees, and this applies to documents no matter the location, can be on a file share or in a SharePoint on a team, and you can track and revoke access. For example, if an employee has left company, you have the possibility of removing data before they leave. And DLP and IAP work in the business version of the Office apps, and these features used to require Office Professional Plus, and now they work in Office 365 apps for business and enterprise. If the user has Business Premium, it is supported. The Office apps check the user entitlements and to determine if these policies apply in Outlook. And another important aspect of security is the of concept called shadow IT. This concept here, cloud app discovery. Anyone using it? What's cloud app discovery? What's the use case of this? What's Cloud App Discovery? Yep. That's a Cloud App Discovery. It's part of Azure AD Premium P1, which comes part of your license. What's the use of it? Cloud App Discovery. Anyone here using it? What's Cloud App Discovery? No. Okay. Let's say we have applications. We mentioned productivity applications. We have Power Apps, Power App integration, which is quite good and nice. And how do we know if users are effectively using these applications? So there may be cases where, let's say, we may say, okay, users should use our own application to manage marketing and sales info in Dynamics 365, to say something. But how do we know if they are effectively using Microsoft 365 or Dynamics 365? What if you have users using Salesforce, their personal marketing tools, and or using web pages and storing business critical and confidential data outside the organization boundaries, outside the approved applications? With Cloud App Discovery, we can Cloud App Discovery can discover, of course, applications in use, web pages in use, and have an idea of the usage by number of users, the bulk volume of traffic, and web requests to applications. Can be difficult to read here, but here, for example, we can see that we have access to cloud storage, online meetings, CRM tool. We have, for example, users using Google Drive and Microsoft Dynamics, New Relic, Mega, Amazon Web Services, Dropbox, Facebook, and or perhaps their personal OneDrive in multiple locations. So how do we know if users are effectively using what we approve? We can identify the users that are using an application and export data for offline analysis and prioritize applications to give IT control and visibility over the applications that are effectively in use by these users. Anyone here using Cloud App Security? Let's mention here. There's a small note. We are rolling out the full AD Premium capabilities to new business premium customers. And it's definitely part of your solution. Anyone here using it? Good. You want to know more about Cloud App Discovery? A second. There's one here. Irrelevant. Okay. This is advanced threat protection, Azure information protection, and Cloud App Discovery. Okay. All make sense? Good. Okay, good. Now we'll talk about Intune. Intune and how to secure and manage devices. We'll talk about Intune. We can do a short break just before that. We'll continue in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Two minutes. Okay, let's carry on. Let's talk about how to secure devices. Now we work from multiple locations and we use personal and company devices to store data. And we know the importance of being productive, using the tools that you need where you need them. And we now use multiple platforms. We may work outside the office. We talk about that, discuss that. And you want ways to manage and secure devices and the data stored on them. With solutions we have here, it's easy to manage PCs and mobile devices, including mobile device platforms. So an organization has peace of mind that your business data is stored, and eventually if the device is compromised, stolen, or damaged, your data remains safe. And you need ways to simplify the deployment and customizations using Autopilot. We'll talk about Autopilot in a moment. And to manage work data on mobile devices and eventually protect these devices, we have Microsoft Intune. What is Intune? Anyone here using it? Microsoft Intune. What is Intune? Anyone here using it? It's configuration, deployment of settings across organization endpoints. Yes, you can define device policies like GPOs for the cloud. Yes, that's an important concept. Intune is a cloud solution. Let's talk about Intune. Intune, Microsoft Intune, is part of an endpoint management. It's a set of tools focused on configuring and protecting devices. We have two main tools. One is Intune, which is a cloud solution only that runs entirely in the cloud. and with an application that you can install on mobile devices to protect them. Intune is a mobile application management and mobile device management technology. With mobile device management, you can enroll devices and use certificates to securely protect and connect and communicate with Intune. And you can configure these mobile devices. You can, for example, enforce the use of complex passwords so users may not rely on pens only. If you have users storing company confidential information, you don't want them to rely on a simple pattern to access data. You can force the use of complex passwords, and eventually, if you have devices lost or stolen, they're having the possibility of remotely locking devices and wiping out data may be a good option, or forcing device encryption, and eventually if an employee leaves the company, have the possibility of removing corporate data from devices. It's definitely an option. With Intune, you have that possibility. You can use Intune as mobile device management to monitor and control iOS, Android, and Windows 10 devices. Intune is often associated to mobile device platforms, but it's not only used in mobile devices. The mobile device platforms like Intune and iOS, you can use it in Windows 10 to control Windows 10 devices as well. And with mobile application management, we can then decide which applications are deployed to users and configure and update applications in one place, and eventually remove data that may not be relevant, or decide how to expose which data is exposed and can be used, how this data can be used in applications. Now we are working, as mentioned before, we are working with employees are increasingly using personal mobile devices. And with 365 Business Premium, we have an approach that allows us to protect data at application level without the need of traditional containers or the use of virtual machines that may not work in all platforms. And capabilities include application encryption at rest, encrypting the application binaries and files, having application access control, the use of pen or credentials to use specific applications. Users can have save as, copy, and paste restrictions to prevent them from, let's say, printing or sending work files to non-work accounts. You can do a selective wide. An application can delete what's relevant to the application once an employee leaves the company, uh, by deleting all work-related files, but keeping personal data, and manage web browsing to prevent users from accessing non-approved web pages if necessary, and allowing users to open documents, images, or videos, preventing them from getting a copy or pasting content to personal apps or saving these files to personal storage. You can then, by using Intune, save data in only relevant locations in OneDrive for Business. With mobile application management, you you have then ways to make users productive. They can use the applications they need to do to perform their work when needed, where needed, but still giving you control on how they use data. This is quite important. With application level policies, you can then prevent users from opening attachments in non-approved applications, and or perhaps creating a copy of the file and storing that file in an unencrypted location, and then sharing a file to an unapproved storage option. And all this can be mobile application management can be used independently in Intune. Intune can do both mobile device management and mobile application management, or one of them only. You can use it to manage applications only without having to enroll devices. And With Defender and Intune combined, you can manage and secure Windows devices through MDM policies to get automatic updates, enforce the use of Defender AV, and require the use of encryption. And with Intune, you can require the use of specific platforms and or let users use as only specific brands, mobile device brands. You can say that, for example, users can enroll to say something, iOS devices, Apple devices, and Samsung devices only, to say something. It is possible, and you can also let users enroll devices only from approved versions, and you can automate Windows deployment as well, and use Intune to control Windows. So with Intune, you can, as you mentioned here, you can define policies that control how Windows 10 interacts, and also use this autopilot. When we get a new PC, if you let users use their own devices, if you bring your own device policies allow your organization, it's absolutely fine. But how do we know, or how do we configure all that in devices? By using autopilot, as the name implies, when we get a new Windows 10 device, and the original sign-in process, and we can enter our work email credentials, and then the device can automatically get all applications, apply licenses to them, auto-enroll that device into MDM services such as Intune, create device configurations, and set up Wi-Fi, and set up work emails, and customize the out-of-box experience. Out-of-box experience is what you see when you activate Windows 10 initially, with steps relevant to your organization. This is a way to automate the provisioning of apps, configurations, and user settings in one place. All these capabilities can be enabled here, and it's all this absolutely part of Intune and your solutions. Make sense? I'm not sharing my screen here. Now, all makes sense? Questions? Good. We're discussing security concepts. Mobile device management be used to delete sync SharePoint libraries. You can delete files with mobile device management, files in general. So let's say you have files stored I was in a company. I experienced that personally. Had some files stored in my mobile device, and when I left the company and de-enrolled my device, the files were deleted from my mobile device. Yes, you have sync files with OneDrive for Business. As long as the file is visible to Intune, with SharePoint libraries, those SharePoint sync as as long as the files remain in a, I'm not sure, can synchronize them, and as long as these files remain in a folder, they can be removed. Where if these files are outside the folders, then I'm not sure. If the device is enrolled and you have files, respectively, of their location recognized as company files, it is possible as long as the device is enrolled. That's one here. Oh. That's relevant. This is absolutely relevant. I'm having a look at this one. You can wipe only corporate data. And question from Ron, if users do not want to have a managed personal device, can you grant limited access to apps? Yes, Intune can be used as mobile application management only. Can be used as both MDM and MAM, or MAM only. If you just want to, let's say if you are, let's say you are, I don't know, education, university, and you want to deploy some applications to students or teachers, but you don't want to manage, or you don't want to, or they don't want their devices to be managed by your organization, it's possible to use it as MAM only. It's absolutely possible. By using what Scott mentions, in a conditional access policy where device has to be compliant with the policy to connect to resources, and personal devices may not be allowed to get access to email accounts or files. If the device is not enrolled, then you can prevent that action. Okay. But yes, responding to your question, you can use it. You can use Intune as mobile application management only. Okay. And now, an important concept related to security here. Secure Score. Have you seen yours? Let's say you join an organization and you just joined the organization and you are worried about security. How do we know what's the current state and what can be done in terms of security? Your Secure Score is a way to where you can get your score, your organization score, and see which actions can be taken to improve security. In this example here, I'm just reading from the web page. It says turn on Microsoft Defender application guard and use block credential stealing from the Windows Local Security Authority, device level, use advanced protection that will increase security, the use of multi-factor authentication, and encrypt all BitLocker drives and block securable content from email and webmail. By implementing these recommendations, then your secure score can increase. You can check your own score. You have access to your organization portals. 1 second. I'm checking mine actually, my organizations. I want to show you mine. You can see yours. Yeah. It's available in Microsoft 365 Security Center. If you're an administrator, you can check yours and see which actions can be taken. Quickly checking mine. My organizations. Good. So this is a QS score. Have you seen yours? Have a look at the link. And with this, you can analyze your overall security and compare what you have against the recommended baselines and eventually provide you recommendations. Yep. To sum up and recap. To manage security, of course, after setting up a tenant and configuring identity protection, concept we mentioned, email protection, data, DLP policies that can be useful in containing data, and enabling advanced security and enabling solutions like Intune device management and security management and securing remote access. This can definitely have an impact on your solutions. I'm sharing this with you. This link, the link mentioned there, have a look at that one. I'm sharing one link with you in the chat window. This one summarizes Microsoft recommendations applicable to Microsoft 365 Business Premium, BP. It's a list of best practices in terms of security, that what you should enable. That's an interesting read. Have a look at that one. And this list, you can have a guidance from Microsoft, get that list and determine using secure score the customer risk and which actions can be taken to improve security. Okay. I mentioned some important concepts: safe attachments, safe links, the concept of URL detonation, how you can protect and control your data and documents, how you can encrypt, human encryption, the use of sensitivity labels, the use of data loss prevention. And there's another concept that can be relevant. And archiving emails, there may be regulations, depending on your industry, there may be regulations that prevent the deletion of emails or conversations. And if we have mailboxes and an employee leaves the company, not keeping these emails archived somewhere in case we need them later, may be an issue. And if we need, for example, we'll talk about e-discovery later, but if you need to search and find content, we have a legal process that requires reading previous employee interactions. You need ways then to store when an employee leaves, where you can simply remove the license, but still keep some data preserved. You can put mailboxes and preservation from the start, so every email is preserved, and eventually you can define a policy that prevents the deletion of mailboxes, keeping them for a number of years to meet regulatory requirements. Exchange online archiving, it's a solution that allows you storing relevant information in one place. You can use in-place hold
and litigation holds as well. And this is part of Exchange Online Archiving. If you have, for example, an email box that contains relevant information in a legal case, you can put a hold on emails, on past emails, Teams conversations, Skype for Business conversations as well, and interactions in social media and so websites like Jammer, all on hold. You can preserve then the entire mailbox of an employee who leaves or is terminated, and use in-place e-discovery to search mailbox items, including items placed on hold, and then share them to the relevant authorities if necessary. This is also part of the solution. You can the use of Windows Defender from we have discussed some aspects of security related to document security, Office 365 email, and document security. But in terms of protection of computers, we have Windows Defender. Windows Defender is an antivirus solution. In the business, we need an antivirus solution. And here we have a platform that runs on top of Windows 10, and it's part of the core capabilities of Windows 10. And you get it if you buy Microsoft 365 Business or Microsoft Defender. ATP can be obtained independently. Microsoft 365 Business includes Exploit Guard, which is the core of ATP protection, and you have the possibility of protecting against forms of ransomware and attacks, virus attacks in your organization. Windows Defender AV is well with a good protection store and multiple tests, well compared again against other solutions. And wait, let me show you this test. I was reading them precisely. You can see how Defender AV compares against other solutions. Have a look at this line. And this is part of the solution. You can then use it to protect endpoints. Okay. Just before lunch, summarize, we have a secure score, secure remote work, which is an important link. Let me share these links with you in the chat window. Secure score. I shared secure score with you before. Guide for 1 second. Secure work. Check. 1 second. There's some free assessment tools. Have a look at this one. And cybersecurity framework documents. If this is relevant for you, these documents can be the starting point. And if you want to know more about 365 in general, 365 security, there's one exam, certification exam, all about security. There's one here. And if you follow that line and scroll down right to the middle of the page, this one here, this is the last link I shared with you. This is certification exam, security exam. There's some free learning paths that you can used to learn more about identity and access with Active Directory, with threat protection, and how to manage security with 365 and insider risk, and with free modules to learn more about the concepts and explore concepts like custom ad lockbox, privileged access management. Concepts we mentioned here can be learned from there. And there's one exam all dedicated to security. Okay. Good. Good. Makes sense. Good. Okay, it's almost lunchtime. We'll have lunch now and come back at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we'll talk about Teams administration, some aspects of Teams administration and governance, device management, and the phone systems, Teams calling and phone systems options. Okay, I'll see you then. I'll see you then at 1 o'clock. Have lunch. It's lunchtime.
Hi. Let's carry on. Carry on with the remaining second half of the session. Okay. Let's carry on with Teams admin and governance. Of course, you are using Teams and you know the use of it. But in this module, next 3 modules, we'll talk about Teams admin and governance. In this one, it's a module about Teams administration and some general concepts. And we'll talk about device management, expand that concept that we introduced before, expand that concept, and we'll talk about business voice plans. Okay, so let's begin then. Let me share my screen with you. In 1, 2, 3, now. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. There we are. So, Teams Admin Center. Teams Admin Center is your main interface for Teams administrators, and it's used basically to organize, create teams, organize teams, assign permissions, define settings, and the functions that you normally need as an administrator can be found inside here. You can also administer teams with PowerShell, but this is outside the scope of this. But basically, this is a portal. If we go to admin.teams@microsoft.com, then can administer teams here. Here you have a website, also APIs. Microsoft Graph is also an option. And that is a good concept to define just before we move on here. What is Microsoft Graph? Anyone here? Have you used Microsoft? You have used it. Probably not from code, but what is Microsoft Graph? Anyone? Correct. Microsoft Graph is a repository of metadata accessible to Microsoft 365 tenant level. It doesn't matter which Microsoft 365 version you use, you have Microsoft Graph. Exposed through an API, so you can query with relevant permissions and connectivity, query Microsoft 365 metadata if you want to know more about AD tenants, Teams configurations, and anything inside of Microsoft 365 resides at some stage in Microsoft Graph. Microsoft Graph has an Explorer API. That's more on the development side of things, but if you are curious about this concept, Microsoft Graph can be explored by connecting to your instance and with the relevant permissions. You can get data from Excel Online, Identity and Access. You follow that link, get insights. For example, get the recent files, the recently used files with Microsoft Teams. You can get your joint teams, the members of a team, applications in a team, and Microsoft 365 products to do OneDrive, Outlook. Let me share this one here. The link I share with you. This is applicable not only to Teams, to 365 in general. You can, if you're a developer or you have an application that needs to display or modify data, as the proper permissions, modify data, and from Microsoft 365, you have that information here. With Explorer, you have some queries, predefined queries. You need to sign in to your tenant first, and then you can run queries. What you see here is a URL that exposes an API, as you mentioned. And statistics for the Microsoft 365 tenant can be exposed, and this totally applies to Microsoft Teams. And with Microsoft in the admin portal, we have multiple sections we can
administer teams and channels, devices, the associated with teams, users, set up meeting settings, message applications, enable voice, so this, activate voice plans, and get analytics, and this applies to the entire organization. Microsoft Teams at the very end is well integrated with Microsoft 365. It's a key element in Microsoft 365 that can be used to participate in meetings, have collaborations, chat collaborations, as we mentioned before, and can also be used to consume applications and users, for example, are able to add applications like Outlook. You can share to Outlook or share to Teams. And there's a native integration. You have SharePoint. You can display data from SharePoint. Like here in Microsoft Teams, users are able to add Yammer page to a channel in Teams, or install the Yammer app. It's named Communities, I believe, to the app bar. Yammer, it's not mentioned here, but maybe useful in some cases. Yammer, social media, social media platform, Teams, and users can access Microsoft Forms directly inside of Microsoft Teams. You can set up a Forms tab and create a new form to collect responses, add an existing form, or show survey results, and collaborate with your team from a form. You have Microsoft Planner as well capabilities, the task management tool that small teams and individuals can use to manage projects, project management tool. And you can display tabs, display data from streams. And Microsoft Streams is an enterprise video service where your organization can upload, view, and share video content securely to only relevant users in the organization. Users can collaborate using video by adding a Microsoft Stream channel. OneNote, we mentioned that we have bots, connectors, and messages, and it's well integrated. Microsoft Teams well integrated with the Power Platform. As we mentioned before, you can display Power Apps, use Power Automate workflows in Microsoft Teams and Power BI. What you have here is then the possibility of administering organization settings and organizing channels, teams, and groups from one place. Where how it works. Let's say want to enable a user, you can display here active users, display contacts,